We're on. I know businesses got them. Yeah. All right. It's 4:30, and I want to welcome everybody to the regular board meeting of the Indian Wells Valley Water District. I'm officially calling the meeting to order. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, Chuck, can you lead us? Thank you.
Please stand. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
President Vice President St. Amand,
Here.
Director Boyd,
Here.
Director Griffin,
Here.
Director Ratora.
Here. Thank you. Posting the agenda.
The agenda for today's regular board meeting was posted on Thursday, March 7th, 2024.
Thank you. Conflict of interest declarations?
President Kaczynski,
None.
Vice President St. Amand,
None.
Director Boyd.
None.
Continue. I was on
Go
a
ahead and
roll.
finish, and I'll
Director Griffin,
None.
Director Ratora.
None. As an addendum to my earlier statement, I must inform you that I am an employee of the federal government. However, any opinion I might state tonight is mine and mine alone and does not necessarily reflect that of my employer. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We still should just get a recording for you. Okay, on to number 6 here, public questions and comments on closed session. I see no public. I see nobody online, no phone calls. So with that, we'll go ahead and move into closed session at we'll call it 4:32. Thank you.
Didn't ask Amber if she wanted to make a comment?
I said anybody out there in the comment, yeah.
Oh, okay. She could have wrote up.
Hello?
Hi there, this is the auditor.
All right, we're going to put you on hold for a second.
Sure.
Everybody ready?
We're all in our places.
Looks like everybody's in their place. No, I was gonna let you know, Chuck Griffin, he had to leave. Okay, so he won't be here for this open session. So with that, we adjourned at 6:12 in the closed session. And I will go ahead and open our session back up here at 6:18. And with that, Jim, do you have the report in the closed session, please?
Yes, the board met in closed session on the items on the agenda. No action was taken that requires disclosure.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you are recognized by the chairperson, please state your name for the records. Thank you. So with that, do we have any public comment? That was just a big yawn, Mike. No comment, huh? Okay.
We have 3 people online.
And we have 3 people online. We have no callers?
One is probably there.
All right, okay. I'll give it just a second if anybody wants to call in. It sounds like not. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the presentation by C.J. Brown and Associates on our audit report. So Ty, is he online?
He was earlier.
He is?
Yep. So
Hello.
there you go.
Who are we listening to?
Excuse me?
Yeah, who, can you please state your name? We don't know who's talking.
Oh, okay, I'm on. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Christopher Brown. I'm the engagement partner for the 2023 audit.
Thank you, Chris.
All
So,
right, would you like me to go ahead and start?
please do.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the PowerPoint is up on the screen. So we're first looking at the cover page, basically says Indian Wells Valley Water District. Go ahead and go to the next page, which says reports at the very top. Now there are 2 reports that come out of the audit. There's the auditor's opinion, which is in the actual financial statement, and then there's the management report, which is a separate document. Now within the auditor's opinion in the financial statement is this paragraph here, or something very similar to it. It's really kind of the meat and potatoes of the whole opinion, and it says, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Indian Wells Valley Water District as of June 30th, 2023. So what we are doing is we're providing you with a clean opinion, an unmodified opinion. So congratulations on that. Now go ahead and go to the next slide. And it will show management report at the very top. There you go. The management report is the auditor's communication to the board. The board is our boss. We are hired by the board, and it is to the board we report and whose best interest we have in mind when we are conducting the audit and preparing the report itself. It gives us an opportunity to spell out our responsibility under government auditing standards, scope of the audit, any accounting practices that we believe should be brought to the board's attention, and I'm happy to say that we did not have any issues with that. It also illustrates any adjustments to the trial balance as provided to us. Any difficulties encountered, and I'm happy to say that there were none noted. It went very smoothly. Or disagreements with management. Again, there were none noted. It went very smoothly. So that's, in essence, the management report. The management report, you should take a look at that if you have not gone through that in detail. It provides some good information. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Now, the next slide is the financial statement, and what we're looking at here is the condensed statements of net position. And what it has is basically breaking out in an aggregated basis, basically similar accounts grouped together, the assets, deferred outflows, liabilities, deferred inflows, and net position. Okay, it's comparing 22 and 23, and you see the change from year to year. You see in the 2022 column, it says as restated. The 2021 and 2022 financials were restated based on the amounts paid in the past to the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. Basically, there was some cutoff issues, so that everything's in the right bucket now, and we're moving forward. So basically, it's just an adjustment to equity. It doesn't affect your bottom line in any way, shape, or form. So what we have here again is assets and liabilities in net position, and as you can see, total assets decreased by approximately $1.9 million. And I'm going to go ahead and round numbers here as opposed to saying every single number. What's driving a lot of that is the change in current assets. There was approximately $7.4 million added to capital assets during the year, and of course cash is used for that purpose. So we're seeing a big change in that category. Conversely, if we look at the capital assets, the third line item down, we see an increase. So we see a decrease in one and the increase in the other. Non-current assets, there's really nothing to talk about there. Pretty straightforward. With regard to deferred outflows or resources, that has to do with pension obligations and your OPEB obligation. Every year, actuarial valuations are prepared by a third party, and the district records those changes in their various accounts. The liabilities change. They can either go up or go down. Some of the offsetting accounts are called deferred inflows and deferred outflows, and what they represent are amounts that will be utilized or added to in a future period. It's kind of a holding area. Each year, the liability is adjusted, of course, and we can see the change in deferred outflows. This is not a number that you can affect on a year-to-year basis, absent some massive funding on your part. It tends to be affected by, to a large degree, performance of the stock market. It has a delayed effect, but the performance of the stock market will affect the liability from year to year because most of the assets in those plans are invested in the market, not just the stock market, it's also the bond market and other debt markets as well. But that's basically what's driving those changes right there. With regard to the liabilities, we can see total liabilities went up approximately $1.259 million. One of the things that, or a couple of the things that were affecting the non-current liabilities, let me go to the right page here on my point. I have a cheat sheet here in front of me. So basically, some of the items that affected your non-current liabilities in the current year were a change from in your OPEB liability and the pension liability. The OPEB liability, or other than pension obligation, went from $1.69 million to $2.84 million. That's an increase of approximately $350,000. Excuse me. The other item that affected it was the pension liability. As I mentioned, it tends to be kind of a slave to the markets, okay? And it went from approximately $1.8 million in the prior year to $4.2 million. Let me repeat that. From $1.8 million to let me say it again, 1.8 to 4.2 million, which is an increase of approximately 2.4 million from year to year. Again, the liability increases in this case, and your deferred inflows and deferred outflows are adjusted accordingly to how those amounts will be applied in future years. I don't see anything unusual there. Comparing your financials to our other clients, this is pretty much the way it's played out for everybody, an increase. With regard to deferred inflows, we can see a decrease of approximately $1.7 million. The last area here is net position. In net position, I always say this, but it's kind of like your net worth. It's your assets minus your liabilities. You can see that as you compare the total net position from one year to the next, it went down approximately $284,000. Net position is broken up into three portions: what you've invested in your capital assets, what's restricted for either capital improvement or debt service is what that restricted line item represents. And unrestricted is basically just whatever's left over. It's not cash. It's just the difference between assets, liabilities, less the investment in capital assets, less restricted. So it's a pretty straightforward year with regard to the OPEB and the pension liability. And of course, we took into account the effect of the capital assets, or the addition of capital assets. So I'm going to go ahead and move to the next slide. And the next slide is the condensed statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. It's your operating statement. Again, 2 years and a change, broken out into revenue and expenses by operating and non-operating. Operating revenues and operating expenses basically reflect what you do for a living, providing water services. Non-operating tend to be things like interest expense or interest income and the like, property tax and the such. But we can see, I'll do a real quick overview here, and then we'll go to the next slide in just a moment, and there's a narrative that spells pretty much all of this out. But we can see total revenues decreased approximately $484,000, primarily due to the operating revenue. And there again, we'll go into the detail in just a moment. Total expenses increased approximately $436,000. Operating expenses went up $393,000. We can see minor change in depreciation and a minor change in non-operating expense. Net loss before capital contributions, it was $873,000. What was driving a lot of this was, of course, the reduction in water sales and the effect of expense related to the adjustments on the liabilities for pension and OPEB. These are non-cash items, but they had a big effect on your net income, net loss for the year. Next line down is capital contributions, and we can see that it went down approximately $79,000. Change in net position, kind of like your net income, and I'm looking at the 2023 column. What again was the $284,418 loss during the year. I'm going to go ahead and go to the next page here. There's a narrative of basically what we just looked at. And I'll do this fairly quickly. I don't want to hit every single number because I'm sure you're aware of most of these already. But again, net position, or kind of like the net worth again, decreased approximately $284,000 to $38,120,000 due to a decrease of $873,000 from ongoing operations, which was offset by capital contributions to the district of $589,000. Total revenues decreased approximately $484,000, as I mentioned before, to that $15.9 million. Of that, operating revenue decreased $612,000 to the $15.6 million due to decreases of $1.4 million in water consumption sales. I referred to that just a moment ago. $106,000 in other charges, $43,000 in the arsenic compliance charges. We had increases in some other areas. We saw $648,000 increase in the zone charges and $363,000 in rated to serve charges. Non-operating revenues, again, tend to be interest and things like that, increased approximately 127,000 to the 320,000, primarily due to an increase of 173,000 investment earnings. That's pretty much the story amongst all our clients as well. With regard to the expenses, we see they increased approximately 436,000 to that 16.8 million. Operating expenses increased 393,000 to the 12.5 million due to an increase of 203,000 in transmission and distribution, 133,000 in general administrative, 104,000 in arsenic plant expenses, 53,000 water supply, 50 in engineering, 38 in field services, offset by a decrease of approximately 184 in customer service as compared to the prior year. Just a quick note, so when we're looking at these operating expenses and we're talking about changes in your OPEB and in your pension, some of those expenses are run through some of these expense line items. There again, non-cash charges. Non-operating expenses increased 48,000 to the 1.3, primarily due to an increase of 46,000 in interest expense related to the long-term debt. Kind of reiterating the last area there, capital contributions decreased 79,000 and change to that 589,000 due to a decrease of 141,000 in capital facility fees, offset by an increase of 46,000 in capital contributions from developers, 15,000 in capital contributions from the state. So I just threw a whole bunch of numbers at you, but in summation, the things that affected it, of course, we had the prior period adjustment. That doesn't affect any of the operations in 2023. Basically, just adjusted your prior year's equity and got everything in the right bucket, essentially. Audit went well, and much thanks to the accounting staff, Ty, and everybody there. We were able to provide you with a clean opinion, unmodified. We did not identify material weakness in your internal controls. It doesn't say that specifically in the management report, but that's my take on it to you. Okay? And of course, we saw the results of your operations for 2023. And essentially, I'm going to turn it back to you. That is my report.
All right, thank you, Chris. Do you have anything to add, Ty, at all?
Not really. I think he covered everything.
What is our, excuse me if I got the terminology on the debt ratio, remember that number we always look at?
Right. Our
What's-
debt covenant's
That's it.
1.2.
Okay,
In this, we're coming in at 1.3.
okay. And what's the target?
Over
Which-
over 1.2.
Oh, we're at 1.3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board? For Chris? All right, I think, thank you, Chris.
Maybe just a motion to accept the audit would be appropriate.
I'm going to go ahead and see if there's any public opinion out there or any comments or questions.
Mike Neal. So one thing I'm interested in trying to ferret out of this report is what I'm going to call a budget surplus or cash in hand as compared to an annual budget. I'm looking on the page where it's got statements of cash flows. I don't know if this is the right one to locate it up, but we've got cash receipts for water sales, so forth, like 14.9 million, and okay, just lost it. Cash equivalents is 18.778 million. Is that what I just said I'm looking for? Is that it?
Ty, can you answer it? I don't have the.
So that's the beginning of the year. The end of the year, we had cash of 11,244,000, and remember we spent a lot of money on tanks and booster station during that year, so that's where that from the leftover certificates of participation 2018 funds.
Right.
Yeah.
And a typical budget is like around that 14.9 million for the year. Is that right?
We've been around 13, 14 the last few years. We did have to pull some money to make up the difference on the tanks and booster station.
Okay, so I guess the targeting question here then on this is it's a little less, looks like a little less than a year's income in cash sitting there as a backup. Is that what the board has wanted to shoot for, 1 year's backup funding?
It depends on the reserve fund you're talking about.
So, the reserve typically shoots for 6 months of operating.
Okay, that's
Which
kinda
is
what I
around 4 million. There's a capital reserve too. We want to be able to cover a tank, a booster station, and a well, which would be around 10 million. We're nowhere near that. We got, $1.5 million or so in that fund. We've got the future source of supply, which is coming in a little over 2 million. So there's different reserves that have different levels.
Okay.
And we're not at the level where we need to be. We've sort of taken some money out of those, so we're gonna be quite a few years getting back to the level.
Yeah, we took it out of the capital
Yeah.
because we had the earthquake, and that's what it was there for.
Yeah, Ty, did you, in a discussion we were talking about this, I think you mentioned that we were in a lot better shape than some other districts where you had looked at how much capital operating reserve they had.
Yeah, there's some other areas in the state. When I went to the financial officers conference, where their goal is 15% of their operating, which
Right,
get you
yeah.
like 45 days, which is kind of sad. So
Nothing.
yeah, we're a lot better than most other agencies in the state, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So you think we're actually not at the 6 months?
No, we've got the 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you can point that out to me, and where in this I would, See
Because
that.
because it's a reserve, it won't show in here.
oh, I got you.
It just shows the total cash and cash equivalents.
All
So
right.
it's inside that number.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other public? Looks like no, so I'll entertain a motion to approve and submit.
I so move. Second.
President Kaczynski,
Yes?
Vice President St. Amand,
Yes.
Director Boyd,
Yes.
Director Griffin is absent, Director Ratora.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on to the current business and committee reports. For first, we have the consent calendar, approval of the board meeting minutes and accounts payable disbursements, approval of minutes from February 12th regular board meeting, approval of minutes from February 28th special board meeting, and approval of the accounts payable disbursements. Does anybody have a motion to approve? I'll go, yeah. So, anything from the public? Nope, okay. Motion to approve.
Mr. President, do you want,
I'll let him go and.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, are you still on there? Okay, he's off. I thought he was, yeah, okay, thanks. All right.
I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Oop. I have to shrink mine back up again. Shrink yours back up again. There you go. All right, looks like the consent calendar was approved by all the board members here. Thank you. On to Plant and Equipment Committee, Gateway and Salisbury Booster Station Replacement Project, acceptance of the contract work.
In your packet, there's a memorandum from Krieger and Stewart. The work that was performed by the contractor Canyon Springs Enterprises was completed. This is for the new Gateway and Salisbury Booster Pump Station. That station was put into service on February 1st. There are just a couple minor punch list type items to be complete and some things we're keeping an eye on. The original contract amount was $2,424,000. We did have 14 change orders, and the memo goes through all of those. Some were credits to us, and some were additional things that had to be paid. The total of those change orders was $33,476.34. And there was also a contract extension via change order of 392 days. So the total amount was $2,457,476.34. And the committee's recommendation was to go ahead and accept the contract work. Once that happens, a notice of completion will be filed, and there'll be a lien period before the district makes final payment.
Thank you, Renee. Do I have any questions from the board?
No.
Any from the public? Looks like none. So I'll go ahead and ask for a motion to, I'm sorry? Okay. I'm asking for a motion from board to accept the contract work performed by Canyon Springs Enterprises in the amount of $2,457,476.34.
So move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Call for a vote.
Works better, those
Comments on that, by the way, that's
Yeah.
very close to the original estimate.
Yeah, when I saw the change orders, there were some that were plus and some that were minus on there too, so it's being watched fairly close, really
Okay.
close. Yeah, thank you. All right, on to the dedication of facilities for the Richmond Elementary School. The staff's going to present the dedication documents and resolution 2402 for dedication of the facilities. So Renee, is that one of yours too?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so in your packet there is all the information about the facilities that were installed in the Sierra Sands Unified School District by Colombo Construction Company. If you remember, they had to install a 12-inch mainline extension on North Gateway Boulevard, there off of East George Crest Boulevard. So that work has been completed, and the chlorination's been done, and the pressure testing, and the bacteriologic results, and the tie-in. There are no contingencies. We will just be testing the backflows once everything is done, and so they can have those meters in service, which they'll probably do fairly quickly. The amount of the material, the cost of it was $109,032.81. So that's the value of the facilities to the district. And the committee's recommendation was to accept the dedication of facilities.
Thank you, Renee. Any comments from the public? Any from the board?
Just a point of clarity, my understanding is those additions are ours, so if we need to tap into it for other purposes in the future, we're free to do that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other from the board? All right, I'll be looking for a motion to accept and approve resolution number 2402, accepting the dedication of facilities for the Richmond Elementary School valued at $109,032.81. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote.
President Kuczynski.
Yes.
Vice President St. Amant.
Yes.
Director Boyd.
Yes.
Director,
Yes.
Director Griffin is absent. Director Rotora.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now, third item here is Dune 3 consolidation. We're going to get an update on the discussions with State Water Resources Control Board to propose consolidation with Dune 3. So who's covering that? George? Okay.
So we had a number of discussions with the State Water Board, both with our staff. I want to thank Renee for, really taking the lead on this. And then ultimately, we had some discussions with legal, and I want to thank Jim for all his valuable review of the documents. And Jim did discover that under the proposed contract from the state, that there were some limitations where the district could potentially be held to have to pay for overruns on the cost project. After several calls with the state and other entities to determine what our ways ahead are to move forward with these consolidations, which we think are important to do, we determined that the risk, or at least I am recommending that the risk is very low, that the district would not have a means to fully pay for these consolidations, and I am recommending that we would move forward. I'm going to let Jim comment as well, but in general, and this may be more in Jim's lane than mine, we do have options to pass any cost overruns beyond what the state grants us onto the residents in Dune 3. We also have options to, if we get an initial grant amount and then we get a contract and it turns out that that contract is of a greater value than the state, that we can go back and renegotiate with the state, and they will go through a process where they have assured us that in almost all cases, they've been able to find additional funds to complete these consolidations. So we feel like we have options should the actual cost exceed the cost that was given. And so I'll turn it over to Jim to see if he has any further comments, but it's certainly my recommendation, and I'd like to get Renee to weigh in on this as well, because she is our point person on this, but my personal recommendation is to go ahead and move forward.
I'll make two comments that might be what they talk about. One was, I'm more concerned with the state saying, I'm sorry, but we no longer have the money, as opposed to overruns. And a second question would be, how confident that are we in the cost estimate? So those are two questions I have. With that, I'll guess Renee first or Jim, I'll let you guys battle out which one.
Well, the cost estimate was done by the consultant that the state hired.
Okay.
In my opinion, it's very conservative. It's over $3 million.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think it's a little high, but, so I don't think that's gonna be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
That answers that question.
Yeah, I can't remember what the other
So
question
the other one
was.
was more for Jim, I think, because
Okay.
I was concerned with overruns is one thing, which you answered at. The other one was, does the possibility exist that all of a sudden when we're due the money, the state says we no longer have the money? That's the one that scares me.
Ultimately, the contract does say that. It does say that there are circumstances where the district could be prevented from receiving reimbursement under the terms of the agreement. I believe the reason why George believes it's a low risk is that this is the way all of the grants are being drafted now, in my opinion. I've tried for a long time to talk to somebody at the legal or somebody that could make a decision and explain to them some of the difficulties that we have as a public agency. They weren't impressed. So I did get to talk to Matt Frazier, I believe was his name. He's the highest person that we've talked to at the State Water Resources Control Board. I do not know what his title is, but I do know that he has overseen at least 100 of these grant properties. And while they maybe have to go and find funds from different sources, he's never gotten a situation to where he wasn't able to pay a recipient for the cost of the project. I have mentioned in the past that earlier on there were some funding agreements that guaranteed payment in full. But what I'm learning, I think, is where they were putting those in there. One, they were earlier, but two, some of the consolidations projects were exceeding 20 million in total costs, and so I think they made some exceptions there, but none here. So contract language does say there's a possibility. State board is saying you really shouldn't have to worry about it. That's my legal answer.
I have a question for you. Is this a reimbursement grant?
It is.
Okay, that's a no then.
So
That's a no in my book.
So
We also talked to the Groundwater Authority, Jim. I don't know if they got back to you on anything.
It was nothing positive yet, so to follow up on that, we did talk to the Groundwater Authority. They have their own separate grant for consolidations, but their language it's a different grant, has a different language, and it's unusual to where you can take the grant from one and backstop the grant for another party. So that's probably not going to be feasible.
I think it's in their agenda packet. I saw the report on what they said, exactly what you're saying.
And so just for a reminder, we've formed assessment districts in the past, improvement, and the way that's always been done is it was always backed up with by those that benefited, i.e. the landowners in this case within Dune 3.
There's like 32 connections, but there's more landowners than there are connections right now. I can't remember how many, where they've promised connections in the future kind of thing, where they've already paid in.
Sounds like a fairly small base to spread a $3 million bill across.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk to the state, you know, and they obviously understand our position. He said, but you know, I've been doing these now for years, and I've never had an issue come up where we couldn't find the money to fund the project. Because once it's approved, they set the money aside for it. So, but they do understand.
Be clear, when you said that's a small number of people to spread 3 million, the 3 million is a grant. The only thing that would be spread amongst the individuals is if they went over $3 million, that amount might have to be apportioned to the people. Is that correct?
I was kind of following up on Dave's comment that, you know, if the grant did not appear and we've already put the money in, which is what we'll do, we pay first and get reimbursed later.
Yep.
Then how do we recover that money? And that would
It's something like $75,000 if you assume 40 pieces of property.
Well, it applied to all the landowners, just like it did out there where I live in that section. Whether you have a house on it or not, every landowner got assessed. Because it's available to all
But
of
if
them.
you've got a mechanic's lien for $75,000, that's going to more than double the cost of the property, and you're not likely to
Usually the
sell
way
it.
it works is you make draws. Like every month you'll send in a bill to the state and they reimburse you kind of thing as you go along.
Because the
You
money,
wouldn't
I
wait
guess-
till the end of the project.
Because the money's set aside.
Yes.
Once the grant is approved, it's set aside.
Yes.
Okay.
Just so there's no misunderstanding, we would have to do additional work to try to bind those property owners within Dune 3. That in and of itself might be too long. They're already they've been holding off, waiting for our final decision. And, you know, if you don't do this, then there may be additional funding later, you know, in later years. It'll probably come with similar language.
Well, I'm sort of concerned about how the GA is handling this, because let's just say we said to do, no, you're going to have to find the money. And we can either bond it out and go through the whole process of 2 or 3 years and put it on your property tax, or you can approach the GA because they have money for consolidation.
They have enough.
Why, is that a possibility?
We have approached them.
But we approach them in such a way that, as I understand it, and I read what the report says, that we went there and said, if there were any overruns, would you cover them? That's not what we're asking. We're asking that somebody approach them directly for consolidation.
And they have sent us a list, and they're looking for our recommendation. We're reviewing it at this point in time. If the board were to not move forward with the current state grant that's on the table, we could move that up in the priority and request that they put that funding towards Dune 3. But they, you know, ultimately it's their money, and they'll get to determine which area they think is a priority for.
Yeah, that's a rather large
Them.
consolidation too, and that, I don't think their grant would even cover
Yeah,
it.
because, and my comment on that is, this is a particular consolidation because of the failure of that particular community to, not failure, I don't want to say, but the non-capability to continue operation of their service. And the other one that I think would be more important is the water quality in Redemacher, which has come up to the GA. And if that has to be consolidated because of water quality, then that would be the perfect one for the GA to sort of look at.
Yeah, they're looking at that.
And yeah, and if they're looking at that, I don't have a problem with that. I think they should, because the money they're talking about is mostly for consolidation when it comes to water quality. So that gives them an opportunity to look at that one. So on this particular one, there's a risk. There's no doubt. I mean, we have the state promising us that, yeah, the money's put aside, but, you know, all of us have learned not to trust all that sometimes.
They have a $78 billion deficit.
Yeah, I realize that. But then what condition is the Dune 3 in now, do you know?
Yeah, they're not having issues as far as water quality. It's the owner that no longer wants to continue maintaining the system.
And so at some particular point, he may say, I'm done,
Right.
and he can walk away from it. Okay. Any other comments from the board? I'll go to the public. I'll probably come back to the board again. Okay, Judy?
Yes, my question is.
State your name, please, for the record.
Oh, you already did. It's Judy.
No, I said your first name.
Judy Decker.
Thank you.
My question is, what is it you're going to do if you consolidate Dune 3. What is all this money for? Are you going to put in a new line system for them?
Yeah, complete distribution system for them.
Good. You know, there's been discussions with some of the board members over this issue, and we have in fact the end result of county mismanagement in the past for allowing this kind of thing to happen when it did happen, because the lines are not up to standard. And the man, his name I believe is John Fisher, who's been running it forever. Well, he's probably close to my age, which is, you know, I came over on the third of Columbus's ship. So anyway, I quite frankly think you should do it, even though I agree completely with David and Ron and others about the state not being able to do their arithmetic. They aren't going to get an audit report like you guys did. I did read the Groundwater Authority's extensive document, and they are talking about consolidation in many areas. Dune 3 is on the list, but there are others. None of them are north of 178. There's a concern there with consolidation. Obviously, Dune 3 won't make or break anything, nor would the few houses down there in the Rademacher area. But the Stetson engineer seems to be really enthusiastic about consolidation. But if areas are consolidated and they join the water district, which is the logical thing to do, you are going to have to drill more wells, because you will be taking these people's wells out of service, I presume. And that is something to think about and consider, is the impact more wells would have on the groundwater situation that we have now. And as far as the Rademachers go, when we moved here 55 years ago, see, I told you I was almost as old as dirt, we knew that was a poor water area. The people that lived there knew it was a poor water area 55 years ago and chose to live there anyway. Just keep that in mind.
Hey, Judy, quick question. So when that, the water district came to provide water in the area where I live, which was right next to Rademacher.
Right.
So at that time, Rademacher was approached to join that effort, and they said no. Is that what you're saying? Because it was it covered that whole area where I am.
When we first moved here, one of the people that worked in the research department, physics division, lived in one of those houses down there in what's called the Rademacher area. Right. And he and Don had a discussion, and Don told him, you guys are living on an old hot springs because that's what it is. And the water is not good. And the guy said, oh, we drink it, we think it's wonderful.
Well.
You know, he's dead now, by the way.
Okay.
Was it the water?
And Dawn is not.
They used to sell Koso water as well.
They did.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Judy.
We have a bottle somewhere. Oh, I have a story to tell you. I'm going to tell it too. One of the water district's former attorneys, was when we first started having cooperative meetings during the Bureau of Reclamation well drilling time. And we had a meeting, and the water district manager and the water district attorney and myself and Searles Valley Minerals a representative, well, it was Kerr McGee then, and their attorney, we all went to lunch. And there used to be a little, kind of like a phony Italian restaurant over there where, in the area where Max used to be off of Drummond. And we all ordered iced tea, except the water district attorney. He ordered this bottle of mineral water. I still have the bottle. It says, not for consistent use. The total TDS was way above 1,500 parts per million or something. No, it wasn't Jim. It was before Jim. That's what. No, it wasn't McMurtry either.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, we've got a little bit off subject there. I just wanted to get a feel for Rademacher because if that's on their list of handling as well at the GA.
Yeah.
And that might be more receptible to them out of those funds.
Yes.
Because it's basically the only other choices to connect.
And it's.
Well, no,
it's
they
on the
have
pipeline.
other choices. It's interesting because their report there, Stetson is proposing that they provide funds for both, I don't know his first name, Mr. Byerly and Mr. Halpin.
Halpin.
And Byerly lives kitty corner from the Stark Street well.
Right.
And that is one of the areas that's encircled in potential consolidation. I'm sure Renee knows it. So, and of course, Dune 3 is ends just north of there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're waiting for Dune 3 to go in so they can possibly serve some of those others out there. Yeah, without it, they're pretty far away. Yes.
So I guess my final question, so our engineering, we're happy with the cost estimates and the plans and everything that's.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very thorough, yes.
All right, thank you.
I want to ensure the board that the currently proposed consolidations would not cause the district to drill more wells. If we're able to use the wells we currently have, it'd be more than sufficient to supply water.
Yeah, that's a good point, because at one point we were pumping 9,000 acre feet a year, and
With
now.
less wells,
Now we're at 5,400.
I think you misunderstood me. I didn't mean the consolidation with Dune 3. I meant the potential consolidation of all the things that Stetson has proposed.
Oh.
Thank you.
That's Mike Neal. So a little lack of understanding here. This Dune 3 is apparently in a status of it could go non-operative at some point.
I don't think so.
No?
But they'd probably have to answer that question. I just know that they approached the state and requested consolidation, requested funds, because it's privately owned, and the owner doesn't want to can't continue operating it. So.
Are they obligated to continue running the thing, because people are depending on the water even if they don't want to?
I think they are, yes.
That's what
They
you
have to
would
find somebody
think.
to keep operating it, yeah.
He can surrender it to the state.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The state doesn't want it.
Then the state would come to us and
State will come to us.
They would force us to do the consolidation.
It's a vicious loop.
So other clarifications that we're talking about, the GA recommending consolidation, but they can't do anything to take over a water system. They just would say, well, we want to consolidate. We want the water district to do it. Is that basically it?
Well, they do I hope they understand that we won't be paying for it, that the money needs to be found somewhere through grants or through the state. So just to say they're going to consolidate, they can't look at us and say, pay all the money to consolidate this whole area. The money will have to be found to do it.
And the grant that was being discussed is not enough to do all that.
Well,
Is that right?
they have a grant currently for 3.4 million or something. It's right at 3 million for consolidation. That's all.
Isn't
that's
it
what
less
they have.
than that, Jim?
I'm not sure, what the GA's loan amount is, but I would also say that we have discussed, the consolidation issue with the GA. And so there is discussion going on there. It wouldn't be my, expectation that they just come out and say, we're going to hook up to the district this one. I would expect there to be a dialogue.
Yeah, so any consolidations would ultimately end up being run by the district and owned the infrastructure would be owned by the district, not by the GA, but we would work we would have to work with them, you know, if we're using their funding, we would have to work with them to
Right.
execute that plan.
And sounds like it's potentially cost the district money, what I'm hearing.
No.
No, yes or no?
No.
No?
Only if there's cost overruns. No,
Yeah,
I have some
so-
questions
I
associated with
believe if you talk to Jim, the lawyer, he'll tell you that there are legal constraints that if we do a consolidation, we cannot use our funds to pay for the consolidation that we collect from our current customers. That's against the law. Is that correct, Jim?
Yeah, we'd have to identify a new source of income to put up any shortfalls.
Okay, so basically, probably no cost to the district to consolidate this system into, other than they would want to replace pipes and all. I mean, that sounds like a lot of money.
That's what it's for.
That's what it's all
That's what the
for.
grant, so the state, so the application that we're discussing is the state would give us money, and we would hire a contractor who would come in and put in all new pipes and all new connections and all new meters connected to our system, and then we would take over as the operators from there.
Okay,
And then, you know, the most contentious point of this discussion is that it's a reimbursable program where the state has the money, but we have to put money out there, then they reimburse us.
I hope that they will reimburse us. But,
Isn't
yeah,
that what we
it's-
did for the earthquake funds, Renee? We spent it, then we requested to,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And I want to clarify with Dune 3, they're a little different than like Hometown, where we would put up the money and it's only a couple $100,000, that kind of thing. Dune 3 is pretty much being run by the state. They hired the consulting engineering firm, and the people at like UC Davis are running it. That engineering firm would oversee the bidding process, the inspection, and everything. We obviously have final say to make sure it was put in according to our specifications. But they did the plans, specifications, and they're gonna be out there doing the inspection and all that kind of stuff. So it's not us putting up the money. Their state will be paying that firm for all that work, and it'll all go through them.
I'd see.
What's the value of the grant?
Well, the application, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's like 3.2 or
Ballpark's
3.4,
fine.
about 3.2 million.
And what is do you know, have an estimated cost for the project yet?
That is the estimated cost. That's,
because the state did
Yes.
it.
It's done all that pre-work and design and all that other
yeah,
exciting
that's all
stuff.
done, yeah.
Okay.
But approved by the
Yes,
district. is
yes,
able to
it's
approve.
all been run through me.
Run through, yeah.
So normal reimbursement grants, you fork the money over, do the work, and then you get the payment back from the state. But you said earlier that the state pays you periodically. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, there's a process where you, have like a monthly report where you put in what work was done and the value of the work that month, and then you get reimbursed for it several weeks later.
Okay, do we have money in the budget to front that, even on a month-to-month basis?
Not for Dune 3, no.
Okay.
No, we won't be
Big
doing
ties
that.
there, right?
That's not the way this one's gonna work. So
Oh,
it's
that's
a little
not
different.
how Dune
No, I don't think Dune 3 is gonna work this way. We can verify it, but as far as I know, we have told them we wanted to be hands-off on this project.
So you're
We
saying,
don't have the
They'll
have
build
the
a state-
staff to be out there all the time, and we wanted to be hands-off. We wanted the state to cover it.
So in fact, any work takes place, the state is setting up the contract,
Yes,
and then they'll be billed for it.
yeah.
Okay. Great.
Okay. So, I mean, outside of that, it sounds like they'll take over the Stark water system in Rich Chris Heights, which I actually lived there during that time. But, the guy couldn't do the work, couldn't maintain the pipes. He was always patching them with substandard patches and getting dirt in the lines. And Water District took it over because, what else are you going to do? Make everybody drill their own separate well. So,
They had us to create an assessment district for that area.
Uh,
So everybody
I was-
paid it over time.
I was on the Water District Board of Directors when it took over the Stark system. An assessment district was formed. The property owners who live in that area are paying their assessments on there and have been all along. And that's what would happen with any consolidation, actually. Once Dunes 3 is put on the district's system, it will pay for its water at an appropriate rate that will put aside money for any future line improvements or replacements, just like you and I do.
Thank you.
You mean as part of their water bill each month? Oh. Contributing to the district's budget each month.
Correct.
But it's not an assessment district, that's a little different.
It's not an assessment district, but other consolidations might be turned into an assessment district.
Could be.
That's the way you do it.
I did want to mention that our connection fees are also included in that budget. So normally we collect, $5,068 in capital facility fee for each connection for a 3/4 inch meter. That's all part of that budget, and that'll be paid to the district too.
Great, thank you.
So Ty, given that I hear that the budget's tight, do we have the funds available in our budget to cover the work, and even assuming a reimbursement on a monthly basis by the state, without having to borrow money ourselves?
No, but it sounds like the invoices go straight to the state.
So
Understanding.
we don't have to front that money, is what
Right.
they said. This is a special case, so we don't have to front the money.
I didn't know that until I heard Renee say it, but, and that's what she said we can confirm. But the fact is that those invoices will go straight to the state, and then they'll pay the contractors.
Right.
Where your question is Ty, where do you get the money if there's a shortage?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is still that issue, yes.
If there's a shortage, yeah, then we'd,
So they'll pay for let's see if I understand this. This is not my earlier understanding. The state's going to pay up to $3.2 million, and then we're on the hook for anything that's an overrun.
No, there are instances where funding could be cut off
All right,
before
so
that.
let's assume the state is bankrupt and they can't cover us for the overruns.
If they were to, in that
Worst case
instance,
scenario, they
worst
had no
case,
money for us.
they
We'd
could
be
tell you to go
responsible for
finish,
overruns.
build it and finish it on your own dime.
Okay.
But as I understand it, though, if the state is in control of this, they're going to be letting the contracts go. When the contractor bills, they'll be billing the state.
Yeah, through,
So the state would have to come to if in your scenario, the state would say, well, we can't pay this, you have to pay it.
So I think,
Which,
Yeah, a worst case scenario.
yeah. that's
so
worse.
in your worst case scenario, I want to make sure that our sort of last resort option is to create a special district.
Right.
Meaning we would borrow money and we would make the people who live there pay for that loan.
And then that's typically what you do on consolidations.
You do it up front, though.
Large ones.
Thing several months.
Yeah,
You do it up front,
yeah,
because what you're really doing is you're leaning the property with that assessment district.
right.
That are done. So the worst case scenario is that we sign the agreement, they kick it off, and they're about 20% done, and the state says, I got no more money, district. Finish the job pursuant to the installment sale agreement. They say they provide us with as much assurances, but that is the way the contract reads.
So we've got a bid and we think it's going to be $3.2 million and we're going to give you $3.2 million, but there might be cost overruns and trust us, don't worry about that. Just accept that. If you sign the contract, any cost overruns that we encounter or create, then you've got to pay for that. And then, of course, you can borrow money, which you just borrowed a big chunk of to repair our own lines. But you can have an assessments district to pay that off. That just, I don't like it.
But I would say that our staff has reviewed the numbers and feels that the estimate is conservative, which indicates maybe they've over budgeted. But at least we've had some trusted eyes look at the budgeting process and feels comfortable with it.
the way it works is you request an amount based on your estimate. Then you actually go to bid. And then when the bids come in, you go to the state and say, this is how much it's going to cost. And if it's more than what you thought, then the state gets the, they say that they've never had a problem getting more money to cover that. So, and of course, at that point, if they can't, then you don't build it because You're just gone through the bidding process, and that's as far as you've gotten at that
I thought
point.
they went through the bidding process already.
No, we haven't even gotten to the
To an estimate, engineering
application
estimate.
process
That was an
yet.
estimate, okay.
Yeah, it's only an estimate at this
Same
point.
thing we would do.
So there's an opportunity for us to go, not only no, but heck no.
You can.
Okay?
Yeah, the application has not even been submitted in the system yet,
Right.
at which time it takes many a months to go through that process. But they said if you got to get your application in at a certain point so that the money can be set aside for it, and then the process happens. They said after this year, the money may be drying up, so.
So the state budget is in extremis. The state wants small water companies to be consolidated with larger water companies. It makes it a lot easier for them to ensure that the regulations are being followed. Pardon me if I'm a little skeptical that the state's going to be solvent next year or the year after that.
All right, any more comments, questions? I think I'm sorry.
I tend to agree with David, and that would be my normal attitude. But not to agree with David, I don't mean, but to agree with the conservative
Of course
approach.
not.
However, I mean, we know that the state is pushing consolidations, and so I think they will bend over backwards where they can. I do think the risk is manageable, and frankly, I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, with that, I'm going to see if we can get a motion to proceed. Is that what you're looking for, Renee? A motion to proceed on this project?
Yes.
Yeah, a motion to execute the construction installment sale agreement and any related documents to keep the process moving.
And I would think that would still come back to the board, would it not? Or would-
What's that?
Would it still come back to the board, or is the general manager's been authorized to sign that, right? I think
Yeah,
that's the point.
this is a question, they're asking a question, will we sign this installment sale agreement?
Okay.
They can authorize George to sign it, but,
I think that happened some time ago.
but that's the question tonight. Do you guys want to play with and get those grant funds?
Well, that's why I'm asking for a motion. What kind of motion did you just make it? Not make it, but I mean, did you just word it for us?
Yeah, motion to authorize general manager to enter into the construction installment sale agreement and any related documents to keep the consolidation process of Dune 3 moving forward.
So
That's my
moved.
motion.
Thank you, Stan. Do I have a second? No second? Wow, I'm surprised. I'll second it. Okay, any other comments? I'm going to call for a vote.
President Kaczynski,
Yes?
Vice President St. Amand,
Reluctantly, yes.
Director Boyd,
No.
Director Griffin is absent, Director Rotora.
Yes.
Thank you. You know, one final word on this is I think it's important that we look real hard and fast at these. Another advantage is by extending the system out there, it now approaches other areas that may require consolidation. So it's good all the way around for the community, and that's how I look at it. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll go on to Administrative Executive Committee. We have a resolution to either oppose 1935 or not oppose 1935. George did a little research on this. I did myself, so I'll let George pass along his research, and then I'll pass along mine.
Okay, so we got a recommendation from one of our organizations that we're a part of to sign this petition to oppose this. My review essentially says that this, it doesn't change a lot for the district. You have to read really carefully about, if it's put forth by a board, there's some things that do not change. And this is all about, who has the authority and what does it take to pass what they're going to call a tax increase. I think the most important thing was that they recategorized a lot of things that previously were not called taxes into things that were called fees and other things, and the state had sort of this broad power to raise fees. So I think the more important part of it is the idea that they're going to take all these fees and now they're going to be taxes, and they're going to be subject to the limitations on how the public and the percentage of the vote that it takes to pass one of these tax increases. There are, I forgot to bring my cheat sheet with me, but in general, this is one of those things that's going to make it more difficult for the state, for agencies like ourselves, and for cities and counties to raise taxes. I have a personal opinion, which is I'm supportive of things that limit the state's ability to raise taxes, and even if it makes it more difficult for this district, I'm certainly not in favor of endorsing a position that opposes a proposition that would make it more difficult for the state across the board, particularly the legislature, to raise taxes in the state of California. I don't think it's an unfair position for a board like this to say that we believe that the people's votes and the way that taxes are raised should have a higher bar than it has today. I think we've all seen a lot of tax increases that we probably didn't agree with. So that is part summary of what it does and part just my personal opinion and recommendation.
And Ty, you spoke with Hildebrand?
I did. I was emailing back and forth with Mark late last week. And as mentioned already, the initiative defines a lot of different fees as taxes. Except for certain exempt charges. And one of those are assessment fees or charges subject to Article 13D of the Constitution, which includes water and wastewater fees.
Okay.
So we may have to do some little extra work just making sure everyone knows that these fees fall under Article 13D.
Right.
Of course, he prefaces this as, he is not an attorney, this is not legal advice.
Of course.
But he doesn't see a large impact to water and wastewater districts.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I read it as thoroughly as I could, and as I see it, that as a personal citizen, I'd say, yeah, it needs to happen. And that's why I asked the question, is it beneficial for this board? Because that's for the district. And I guess basically what we're saying, there won't be a lot of changes. It might be some wording or something in the way we present things, but there won't be a lot of changes. And based on that, based on the fact that I'm tending to want to say yes because of my personal feeling, as opposed to what's best for the board, is my recommendation is we don't necessarily have to answer this. We don't have to do anything with this if we don't want to, or correct, George? They're just requesting it.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's my recommendation, is we just don't. Okay, any other comments?
Could I just get a clarification on, right now, when we go out to raise fees, we use a Prop 218, and it's a protest vote. And that's an exemption for water districts or water providers. And currently, is that exemption for water? I think water and sewer may be
Right, yeah, that wouldn't change.
that would not change? Okay, then I'm good. I agree. I'm all in favor of making people justify their
Yeah.
raising taxes. So
yeah.
we need to do nothing.
That's sort of how I feel about it. Any other comment from the board?
Mr. Swahili and yourself are the impression that we do not have a horse in this race.
I don't see why we need to. I'd also think, because I'm torn between what's right for the district and what's right for me. Because as a taxpayer out there, if I read this, I go, man, this is great. They're not going to be changing everything to a fee, so they just need a simple majority vote. Everything now becomes a tax, which needs 2/3. And that's good, as far as I'm concerned. I wish they had it when they raised all the fees on cars and autos and everything.
So if I were to reiterate what you just said, that the district's interests are paramount. On the other hand, you enjoy the idea that the state would have to justify fees, or the fees would be, the state of California had Proposition 13 in order to, since they couldn't jack the property taxes up any faster than 1 or 2% a year, they went to declaring all sorts of things as
Right.
fees. So there's the garbage pickup fee, and there's the other
Yeah,
fee,
there's
this that
fees,
fee, and the
yeah.
other fee. And that was, a linguistic way around the Proposition 13
Right.
restrictions. So I think that's dirty pool, and I don't think they should have been doing that. They should have to declare that a tax and deal with it. And
Yeah.
the problem is now the state's got a $78 billion deficit because they found a way to go around the restrictions that were put upon them. But I'm confident that everybody on the board of directors, if the water district was at risk, would make some sort of a response to this. But given that it doesn't seem that we have a horse in this race, then I am with the other directors. I don't think we need to respond to this.
Anything with you? Nothing? All right, you concur? So I guess that solves that issue.
Okay.
Looks like we're not going to respond to it, George. Okay, thank you. All right. Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. Since Chuck isn't here, he wanted me to cover for him. So do we have any, I've looked at the agenda for Wednesday, and I can tell you that they're looking at awarding dollar amounts to, what were the two wells? Harpin and
Alpin and Byerly.
Byerly. And that's going to be up for discussion. I trust that our representative has some information about what's going on with that, so I'm sure we'll have a good discussion. I didn't see anything of any controversy on there at this particular time.
They're going to present the 2023
Yeah,
annual report.
right.
Do we know if those two wells are indeed due to lowering water supplies?
I'm gonna listen to the arguments made. I'm sure that Director Griffin has some information about that opposed to water, because I know some of them are, I know wells around it that aren't. And we also, I believe there's some information out there, Chuck's trying to get hold of that, the water's actually, the level's been rising in that area. So I'm not sure.
Where are these wells located?
They are,
I don't have the map here with me, but if you.
they're both around like 50 years old,
According
so.
to
they're
their
old.
actual staff report,
Yes.
monitoring wells in both of those areas are either steady or going up. So it's just hard for me to believe that if the one that was steady, they haven't got any data since,
I'm gonna grab one of these from you. I'm gonna show it to David.
let's see here.
I know the one that's by like Primavera and Felspar, I think it's a Halpin well. Our wells out in that area, the water level's been coming up because we just don't pump out there as much.
So the well
As we
owners are
used
saying
to.
that their wells are dropping and they have to be repaired, or is it?
Some of them have already done the repair, already deepened the wells. I think both of them
Both of
have.
them
Yeah, both of
have.
those,
Yeah.
both of those wells have been,
It turned around,
Been
the
deepened.
water level turned around, and then they stopped taking data in the one case. In the other case,
Stop by me.
it's definitely going up.
Bill is helping.
You know,
It's, yeah, I mean, we.
well should not go
It's
dry
gonna
when
be
the
up to our
water level's going
representative
up.
To discuss it with him, and we'll see what information he has. I think, like I said, he's one vote of 5, so I'm not sure where it's going to head, but I'm sure he'll make his point.
Yeah.
But
All
I'll
right, thank
remember
you.
when we were discussing the heritage, Director Griffin was quite vocal and brought forward issues that none of the other board had been thinking about, and
Right.
challenged the assumptions that they had made and turned that one around.
Mm-hmm.
So I trust that he's going to be able to do that here as well, but
Yeah.
or at least have a fair court.
I didn't bring their agenda with me, so I'm going from memory what was on it. Obviously, they're approving expenditures, a great deal of expenditures these days. And of course, like Jim said, they're going to be submitting I think the report has to be submitted before April or just around April, the 2023 report. And I've read through it. When you look, there's actually a couple wells in there, Stan, it went up quite a bit, in fact, inside. But then there were a number that went down half a foot, 0.4 feet, something like that. Okay. That's really all I have, unless you have something you want to add. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll go to Judy, since she happens to be up there.
I will say that there is an extensive written report on both the Halpin well and the Byerly well presented by Stetson, which was not available in the earlier wells. And I will also point out to you that the Byerly well is kitty corner from Welcome and Strucker to Stark Street and Strucker, and they did award money to the Stark Street well. So,
Thank you.
I could say a lot more, but I won't.
Yeah, the reports are pretty extensive on them. I haven't seen them like that before.
The staff, for some reason, if there's any logic or any reason to possibly give money to the well owners, they do it. They don't. As a matter of fact, if they looked at their own data, the recommendation is to give them money. But if they looked at their own data and their own staff report, again, the well levels are going up. So I am not one to believe anything regarding the recommendations of the staff report. And the staff report doesn't actually say how much water is being pumped by the well that went dry or the wells around the well that went dry. In my mind, that's important data that ought to be considered, because the one well is located in a depression, and there are 24 wells in that depression. And it appears pretty straightforward that it's the wells that are in that depression that are causing the water to go down, if it's going down, even though the monitoring wells show it going up in that same depression.
Like I said, I don't think that Chuck's going to do his best argument. I trust that he will. However, I figure that their decisions are pretty much made already. So there's no, we're not going to change anything.
Well, for your information, the Byerly property it's 5 acres, I believe, and there's one lone little tree on it, because I know where it is.
Thank you.
So, beyond, if we get done with the well discussion, I was going to
Yes,
talk
we
a little
are.
bit about the 2023 report that
Yeah,
they're
go
going to
ahead.
be releasing.
Yeah.
So there's some interesting data in there. A lot of what the GA discussed early on in the formation of the groundwater sustainability plan was a condition where they believed the basin was being overdrafted by something around 25,000 acre feet per year. In the most recent report, the total was under 20,000 acre feet.
19,450. I think.
Yeah, 19,450. And so, while we have not released our science yet, our estimate of recharge that we did release in some of our court documents is higher than the combination of the Navy, the Water District, the small pumpers, and Searles Valley Minerals combined. And this is an interesting point as we look at water conservation and as we move towards the future, and as the Groundwater Authority moves towards building a multi-$100 million pipeline. The science is not fully settled, and other than ag, which pumps another 9,000 or 10,000 acre feet a year, the basin could be very close to sustainability at this point, depending on what number you pick for recharge. And so I think that's an interesting thing to take and consider as you look at these new reports that they come out, that tremendous conservation has been made in the valley by all parties, farmers, us, Searles Valley Minerals, the Navy, and so quite frankly, the valley is moving in a very good direction when it comes to water conservation, not just the water district, but the overall valley. And I think that was really the important message, that and the fact that because we had a very wet year, you do see a lot of the areas where wells are actually increasing as opposed to decreasing in their water level. So those are two important takeaways from the 2023 report that I think sometimes get overlooked.
And you're right, when I read the report, because if you look at where this whole thing started, 25,000 acre feet a year, and now to 19,450, that's quite an improvement. And I wish there were more accolades for that in the report. Instead, what I see in the report are some about doubting some of the pumping, reported pumping. If you read the small print, it says, well, these numbers, we're guessing this because we're not sure the pumping is being reported correctly. And I don't care for that too much because I think that this community, like you say, deserves some accolades for water conservation. And like you said, even the farmers have reduced their usage quite a bit by going to, drip instead of flooding and maybe changing some crops. And so they're in this too and trying to do whatever they can. So, but the report you said, there are some good things in it. And to sit there and say we're at 19.5 from 25,000.
Actually, their prediction was 35,000.
Oh, that's right.
So they said we were 25,000 overdrafting above the
Oh, that's right.
7650.
Yeah.
And actually, we're now less than what they considered the overdraft in total, including the recharge.
Yeah.
So even with their, if you take 7650, the overdraft is down around 13,000 or something like that, or 12,000. And if you look at a more optimistic number, depending on how the science turns out, it could be as small as 8,000 or 10,000.
And this might be the time to make at least a comment for me, is I keep hearing that we don't want to allow for any growth in the city. I myself feel that you've got to allow for growth. Be it, as you've seen from your charts and what's happened over the years, it's going to be very minor in this town. But growth of our city, growth of the base, I'm all for it. And I think we need to have the water to support that. As far as farming goes, that is a huge issue. That is at the end of farming in the valley. What's happening with that, I think, is important because you have a lot of families who have been here for a lot of number of years, especially the small independent farmers and such, that it behooves to try to look at how can that be done. And the other thing too as well is I'm in full support of Cerros Valley Minerals staying here. Now, I don't know how the rest of the board, I'm not speaking for the whole board at this time, but I think we've said this before. I've said this before. I said it when I was on a GA. And for some reason, the word isn't being said the same way by certain individuals or certain entities. So I want to make that clear. Thank you. Anything else from the board before we move on? All right. We'll move on to one of the most, let's see. Onto authorization of George Kroll to obtain a cost estimate from Clean Energy Capital.
Yeah, I'll try to make this one quick. I probably just made it long by saying that, but don't ever say that, I get it. The GA is at a point, I believe, where they have made a request in the Water Resource Development Act 2024, which could give them the authorization, not the direct cash, but the authorization over the next 10 years to spend $150 million of federal funding. The board had requested a couple of months ago that I figure out a way to figure out what this pipeline is going to cost, and my recommended way ahead is to employ Clean Energy Capital to do an initial cost estimate of the pipeline as designed by the GA. It would use the Groundwater Authority's estimate for construction costs so that they didn't have to recreate that, because the part that seems to be more or less well understood are the cost to our ratepayers in terms of operations and maintenance and what would delivery fees and how much to wheel it through AVEC and all these other things and additions to our system. So we wanted to look at that, and I think it's important now because as we approach this potential authorization under this federal WRDA program, the board really needs this information about what this is going to cost our customers to move forward and make decisions. So my recommendation is to approve what I believe will be something on the order of a $20,000 expenditure to go ahead and firm up these estimates. I've requested support from the GA in working on these estimates. And so looking for your support and your authorization to do so.
I'm mixed about this particular one because to me, when you look at NEPA and CEQA, that part of that is the economic impact to the community and the surrounding property. That is something that should be covered. This type of work should be being done by the GA to be completely transparent with the public. And I know why we want to do this. I know that we want to get those numbers out so the public can see what this thing is going to end up actually costing them. And I understand that we want to know for long-term planning for the budget of the water district. But boy, I'm telling you, money's getting tight with the projects we have to do and the pipelines and such. and every little bit counts. And I'm looking at this and saying, what are we doing here? If we truly need it to do longer-term planning for the district in terms of the budget and finances, then I think it's a good idea. But if the reason we want to do it is to perform the transparency that the GA should be doing, then I sort of have an issue with it. That's just my comments right now, and I'd like to hear from the rest of the board if I could. David?
I'm not confident that the Groundwater Authority's numbers are going to be as comprehensive and as accurate as we would like to see them. The information here will give us a good idea, I think, about how to approach this whole issue in the future. For example, if their cost of water is $8,000 to $12,000 an acre foot through their system, then we'd be justified in refusing to take the water because we couldn't afford that. You talk about the growth of the town, which is important, but imagine people having to pay 2 and 3 times their current water bill, and there's no maternity system in the town, and whatever else is going on is going to make it harder for the town to recruit people to come to work on base, and it's going to make the town shrink. So I think this will help give us some rational information as to our approach to the whole pipeline issue, which, as you know from all my speechifying, I am opposed to.
Yes, I find myself agreeing with David twice.
I'm so sorry. It's like a sign of the end.
And I don't disagree with Ron that the GA should be responsible for giving us valid cost numbers. But quite frankly, we do not have a lot of confidence in their cost numbers. They even, regardless of what we do or what we say, they are pushing ahead full speed on this. And if this does nothing more than give us the information that we need to get them under control, I think it'll be money well spent. So I would be in favor of it.
So just a couple of comments. My understanding is we're still not on the same page with the GA about how we would receive the water. You've mentioned about injection versus taking it and trying to put it directly into our system, which seems to be full of holes in their rationale. So the costs associated with that alone would be a sizable increase on what we're talking about here. Can you speak briefly to how much this study will cost and how long it's going to take to complete?
About 2 to 3 months and about $20,000.
Okay. It does seem, based on both the positive and the negative comments on this, that that's rarely low with a potentially high value coming from it. So I guess I would vote in favor. But my question on the direct injection piece, I'm a little puzzled as to how that will be brought in to this discussion. Will they be looking at the direct injection alternative and providing a cost estimate that would be compared?
So what you see down there is water district infrastructure requirements. And we talked at length about this in the committee meeting. And one of the things that I'm going to ask them to cost out is what it would cost for the water district to have a injection well. Now, I know there are objections to the water district paying for an injection well, but at least we would have a cost for what one would cost if it were added to the, it doesn't, so, we are looking at the various things that we would want to do to our system to make sure it was compatible. And I think I've made it clear to staff, and the staff seems to be agreeable with me that in this estimate, we would figure out what a typical ASR well would cost and try to figure out kind of where it would go, in sort of a conceptual fashion, and that cost would be included in there. And it would, clearly this is something else that has not been considered, which is if the pipeline were to come on the way that they designed it, there are all these costs to us that have not been included. And I think this also leads to a stepping stone should the district find that the current design does not seem to fulfill our needs. This would be the right stepping stone to say, what is a comparison to other alternatives? That would be a next step potentially in the next fiscal year when we had more funding. If we just, if we were to look at like, well, what would it cost if we just put that money towards recycled water? Or what if we put that money towards some other type of project? How would that affect our ratepayers? And given that we might have one consultant sort of doing the estimates, you at least get a fair basis of comparison. You feel like you're getting the same sort of numbers to compare. And I don't think the GA is going to go out there and create estimates of other alternatives, ways of achieving sustainability if the district were ever to want to do that in the future at some point.
So that was my question. I guess this will have a number of scenarios in it, as I see it, right? So there'll be a number of different scenarios. It could be this, or this.
Not at this time. At this time, it's really just, we're trying to limit cost by just saying, let's look at it as designed, and then the board would direct us later at some point in time to say, please study, give me a list of 5 alternatives, and we could go out and negotiate a cost for those, and at that point in time, provide the board with other alternatives.
Where will the numbers come from of things that maybe aren't included in numbers that are provided so far by the GA, such as the report came from the Water Resources Board for drinking water, of all the filtration and operations that would have to happen on this end before we get into our system, as well as changing the way that the district operates, because now there's surface water coming to us. So where do you get those numbers?
Well, that's why we're looking at Clean Energy Capital. This is
Okay.
what they do for a living, and they do it for large-scale projects and typically for multi-district projects. And so they use a wide number of sources, but it's something that they do for a living. And certainly, we have a fine consultant in Krieger and Stewart. If we asked them, hey, go give us a price and design something, but
Ballpark numbers, yeah.
yeah, but their specialty is to price out systems that they're designing, and this company's is more let's look at different options in the future. And so if we want to design something, I think we would fall back on Krieger and Stewart once we've made a final plan. But at this point, in this planning sort of comparison of alternatives, that seems to be their niche in the.
So there's 2 elements to this as I see it. One is the capital cost of building the darn thing, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously, some of it's going to be by grants, supposedly, and the rest of it, the plan is to attach that to the property taxes. Then there's the one key one, in my opinion, is the operational costs. I don't think that anybody has a good handle on the operational costs yet. The things that aren't paid from grants, and they're not a tax on your property tax. They have to be paid by the users of the water. That's the one that I'm wondering where you're going to get those numbers. I suppose you're going to rely on Clean Energy Capital for those?
Well, a combination of things. So like there's, as far as the operation and maintenance costs, if you dig deep enough into the preliminary design for the imported water pipeline project, they have tables of what the electricity would cost by month and year, what the water delivery rates would be by month and year. But that's a very detailed and pretty time-consuming analysis. And one of the things that we've talked to Clean Energy Capital about is this, there was a time when we thought, they're just going to start sending us 6,000 acres of feet a year. And then they went, no, it's going to be this sort of, we're going to give you a little at first and then more and more and more. And one of the things you find with projects when you cost them out accurately is that the smaller the amount of water you get at the beginning, the higher that cost of water is per acre foot. And that's the way they analyze these sorts of things. So if you're getting 1,500 acre feet of water through a $200 million pipeline, what's that cost in that year per acre foot versus 6,000 acre feet in 2070? And so I've looked at some of the estimates that were done, and they seem to be sort of these generalized, let's add everything up over 70 years and then divide it by 70. And that's not the way they do it. They're looking at how interest rates are done, how much water delivery is given in a specific year, how does that relate to the cost and the operation and maintenance, and they call that a pro forma model. And it's kind of I believe it's sort of an industry standard for really large projects like that, and it just hasn't been done.
There'll be a lot of unknowns on the operating end. I mean, every year, anything coming out of state water project, the rate you're paying for the maintenance and to transfer everything through the water project, to your point, I mean, which are all going to be charged for. It varies year to year, or I don't know how often the state water project adjusts those rates, but they do. And then there's also to take into account how much water is available, you know, how much we're really buying. So I realize there's a lot of things there that are, we will have to formulate an answer to those questions in order to get this done. But I still feel that we have to have an answer of what is the capital cost, bottom line, which means what's going to happen to our property taxes. And the second bottom line is what are the operating costs, including getting the water here and purchase, you know, yearly purchase requirements of water. What is that number? And that's, to me, is a very important one, because that is what really affects our rate. Well, it all affects the ratepayers, because property taxes as well. But the ratepayers especially for that particular cost, because if you're looking at, you know, I'm guessing $9 to $11 million a year. That's probably a wild guess. I'm maybe pretty close. But if that's the operating cost, that would have to be distributed to anybody who's using that water, correct?
Correct.
Which I assume is going to be us,
Correct.
Supposedly,
Well,
even if we don't need it.
that's the desire of the groundwater authority, but there's no obligation for us to accept that
Right,
water.
okay. Anyway, that's no, I think it gets us more information. It gives us something to guide us into the future if this thing was to happen. And like I agree with you, George, that once we have this in dollar figures, that people can see what is me impacted on, what happens with me. That might lead us into looking at other alternatives.
None of the estimates that are out there right now will have the pedigree that this fiduciary will be able to provide. I mean, they are under obligation by law
Right.
to not fudge things.
Yeah.
And so it will be a more complete look, more trusted look, and it may give us additional leverage in our future discussions with the GA.
And I believe the approval, dollar limits is within the general manager's approval. So I think all he's asking for from us on here is the approval to move ahead. So I don't think that we need to vote to spend the money. That's up to the general manager. He'll be doing that.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Just
go
get
ahead,
the
one more
public to
comment.
know
Yes.
that we're going to get this done and
Okay.
start to inform them what this could cost.
Okay.
Okay.
Public comment?
You want to come? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, let's hear that. Go ahead, Mr. Worth.
Oh, no, mine's the next topic.
Oh, gotcha, okay. She's anxious for that one, okay. Okay. Without being, trying not to go too long, because I could take at least 3 minutes worth of delineating all the things that the GA has either done wrong or not done, that either, you know, should have been done right or should have happened on their part over all the years they've been around. I can think of nothing that's less believable or trustworthy than an agency that was clearly bent on a particular direction from the first day it went into action, and then comes around and you know, I've been in cost estimate meetings on the base for all those years I was there. I tried to avoid most of them, but I had to sit in some. And it was pretty obvious when people were pulling numbers out of the air, throwing stuff at you, and so I'm the expert, just believe me. And of course, most of us never bought into that, but they would try it. And as far as I'm concerned, that's been the GA's approach to the cost estimate for this project, period. And they got immediate complaints when they started throwing their numbers out. And it was obvious that you know, the lawyers got together with who knows who, because they never would say, and grabbed the numbers and put them in a table and said, here's what it's going to cost. Well, in a scenario like that, the first thing you can believe is these numbers are going to be at least 25% low, probably more like 50. And I've taken those numbers and said, well, these are all we got. and put them on a spreadsheet, distributed that publicly, made it easy to get to for people who wanted to see it. And, but outside of the construction cost, the yearly, supposed stated cost of O&M costs for that project from the GA itself, they ended up being like $54 every month for every household of about approximately 12,500 households in the valley. And it's probably going to be a lot more than that. And they're not going to show you a lined out methodology of their cost estimate. They're not going to go back and say, do what you guys are trying to do. Let's do it right and get a guy who, is a fiduciary, who's obligated to, not listen to the political push for how we want it to come out. Do it accurately, do it right. That ain't gonna happen. They've already thrown their numbers out, and they just expect everybody, for some strange reason, just believe that, even though they hear all this, yelling and screaming and complaining and Facebook posts and everything else about how we don't believe that. But they don't care. So it's you guys on us to bring some believable numbers to the public, and probably going to like the numbers they get from this estimate less than what they've seen before, which, is a good thing, because as far as I'm concerned, the GA needs to be put out of business, put on the shelf, say bye-bye, and let the water district take on that duty as a secondary agency and, do it right, because I think that's the only way it's ever going to happen. And this is a key thing. When people see, hey, we expected to come up with another $80, $90 a month just to get some water coming out of my pipe, they're not going to be happy. And, so far, we don't have a competing estimate, and this will give that to us.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Neals brings up a good point. I guess the Standish Group produces an annual report called the Chaos Report, where they found that whether private or governmental bodies are making the estimate, that they're usually underestimate by about an average of 50%. So if we're estimating that the pipeline's costing $300 million, it's probably closer to 450 if you go by that. And they virtually never actually estimate exactly what it costs unless they go through a very careful design and planning phase, which I haven't seen yet coming out of the Groundwater Authority.
But then there's high-speed rail.
Yeah.
So
It came in right at cost, right?
yeah, right. So what's the board's pleasure on this? I think I heard approval for George to move on.
Yeah, thumbs up.
So move on.
Okay. I will make one comment. The most shocking thing coming from the federal government and watching government estimates that go double and triple over the cost is like how well the district here does with their own projects and estimating costs and staying within costs. So I thought that was a really great thing to see in the district. So not every government agency is bad at it.
Right.
There we go. We're doing a good job. Thank you, staff.
But previous comment, careful planning and design takes place here. It doesn't seem to take place at many other locations.
It's always good to, pat the staff on the back, because they are the ones that make that magic happen.
All right. We're done with this subject. We'll move on to comprehensive adjudication. The lawyer is on.
Speaking of magic, no, a couple things to report on. The first is that there is a case management conference slash request for phase one trial that will be heard by the judge on March 22nd. The district has requested that the phase one trial include the amount of usable groundwater in storage, as well as requesting that the Federal Reserve right be teed up as well at that time. Opposition papers were due today. I haven't seen anything yet. But I will say, with respect to the district's motion and the request for the phase one trial, as part of the district's filing, we attached what people called the white paper on the amount of groundwater in storage. You'll recall about 3 months ago, there was a lot of discussion when the district came out and announced findings as to what we thought the safe yield and the amount of groundwater in storage was. People were clamoring for the reports and everything. We indicated we couldn't produce those at that time. If you go to the district's website under the adjudication button, you can find the request for the Phase 1 trial as well as the groundwater storage paper. So it's out there in the public, that is, and that's all I've got to say on that part of the adjudication. The second part, Judy grabbed me before we came in here, and I'm glad she did. She handed me the notice of commencement of the groundwater adjudication and asked me what this was. And what this is, Judy, is this is part of the posting requirements that the court had us do. You may recall that the district was required to mail 20,000 packages to all of the overlying landowners within the basin. Well, we did do that. And then, not surprisingly, there were a number of mailers that we could not confirm were actually delivered. We actually went to the court and asked for alternative modes of service, which was approved by the judge over a year ago, and we completed those modes of service. About 3 months ago, the issue of service came up again. There is conflicting language within a couple of the statutes, but the bottom line was the district was required to physically post the notices that were mailed at the beginning of the lawsuit, either by way of a door hanger on somebody's paper or actually posting this on an actual post in your paper. And what's important, it's reminding the people that the district has filed a groundwater adjudication. If you want to claim any rights to water rights or storage rights within the basin, you have to file an answer within 60 days of receiving this. And you'll be become a member, a party to the action, and can participate. This is the exact same thing that happened early on. I believe there's a couple of different pieces of information on the district's website that people can go to assist them in filing the lawsuit. We'll also be requesting on the 22nd that the court waive the $1,000 appearance fee for all of the persons. And then if you have any other questions, I would say, I don't want to say call me, there's too many people. But I think that there is sufficient information. If you read the notice, it's got the district's cross complaint, and it's got a form answer. All you have to do is sign your name, put your property information down there, and it will be accepted by the court.
Perhaps a statement of clarification, Jim, for those who have already responded to this cross complaint, they do not need to respond to this. Is that correct?
They would not have received this. If they've responded to the lawsuit, then they would have received the notice on the first go round when we mailed it.
I beg to differ. There have been a couple that have received it that did file a cross complaint.
Okay, well, if you're already a party to the lawsuit, you don't need to do anything additional.
Thank you.
Yeah, I received notice twice, but I did not choose to become a party to the suit for reasons of conflict of interest.
Can I mention one thing, Jim? Because I know people have had trouble finding the documents on our website.
Please.
So if people are listening and trying to find it, when you click on the basin adjudication button, scroll all the way down and go click on important documents, and then scroll all the way down again, and you'll see the second to the last document has the motion for Phase 1 trial, and that's where you'll find the report that Jim was mentioning.
Thank you. Is that the end of your report, Jim? You have any other tidbits of information?
That is the end of my report.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board?
I'm looking for the magic that he mentioned at the beginning.
The fact that the report is over is magic enough for me.
That's all I've got. I apologize.
One last thing, Jim. We anticipate having all those notices done by when?
We believe that the notices should be completely served on all of the parcels by about March 20th, about a week from now. we provided the parcel owner with 60 days to file an answer. So we'll be what we consider at issue, hopefully, right around May, mid-May.
Thank you. Bye, Judy. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the most exciting part of our meeting. Oh, we have one more. You get 1 minute.
Oh, I see. I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
So I think I asked this before, and I obviously forgot. They have a methodology for getting to kind of a listen-in phone con to these hearings.
Yes, and that information for the public to call in, it's on March 22nd at 1:30 p.m., and that will be posted on the district's website under the Basin Adjudication button.
Okay, very, very good. 'Cause
It might be the same information as it was. I'm not sure it ever changes, but we'll make sure the most recent is posted again.
And up for debate, I guess, lawyer debate on that. This upcoming hearing is the recent studies done about determining basin storage and recharge.
The primary purpose of the hearing on the 22nd is to address the district's request that the court set a phase 1 trial that would include the white paper, the amount of groundwater and storage usable, however you want to characterize it, as well as the extent of the federal reserve right. That's what we've requested in our papers.
So the discussion of that's going to come from the actual phase 1 trial, quote unquote.
Yes,
Okay.
that's when it would be. Certainly down the road a little bit, Mike.
Okay, all right. Well, it will no doubt prove worth the time to sit in and listen to figure out how the GA is going to refute the average of, I believe, is 6 separate studies done, all put together to come up with this estimate, as opposed to, well, as I recall, they have one water company who's made, or supposedly made, the estimates that they're working off and been espousing since day one, which is not surprisingly, well, the same amount of annual recharges has been, espoused for year upon year upon year prior to that. So it'll be very interesting to hear how they try to refute. And of course, the local leaders, I won't mention the names, who were so quick to jump up and say, well, there's no new data in these studies, which is obviously total ignorance, since they forgot that there was at least one that's only a few years old that was, fairly well talked about.
Thank you, Mike. Keep in mind, the hearing on that particular subject, as well as the base, the base, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, the reserve right, is won't be heard until a trial date is set. So all they're asking for on the 22nd is they're pleading the judge to set a trial date and agree to hear these. That's it.
That's correct, but I will agree with Mr. Neal on this one, is that this could be an interesting hearing. There's a lot of issues that could be discussed. You never know where the judge is going to go with his conversation. So if you are interested, could be pretty interesting.
I'm hoping the judge, as I've been watching him, I know he would like to not rush this by a long shot, but he wants to make sure this moves along at a pretty good pace.
And seriously, hopefully, by the time we have the hearing, we'll at least have a better feel for how the judge wants to move forward than we do right now.
Thank you.
That would be important. That is all I have.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Now we'll move on to the most exciting part of the board meeting, is the general manager's report.
Well, the fact that Judy left tells you how exciting it is.
Yeah, but we got 6 online.
Chuckle, yeah.
It's okay. So we'll just talk about some of the data first. 95 million gallons of water produced.
I like this.
82 million gallons of water consumed. That's about 11% commercial, 4% other, 85% residential. Interesting, estimated loss was 5 million gallons for this this last month. And now it's, I looked at the notes and was wondering, wow, that seems a lot. And it's from meter inaccuracy, flushing, and theft. I know we're going through a process of changing meters, but that was a big number compared to last month, so.
I changed the way I calculated it now.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I did
before we were
notice.
considering loss is what was flushed to waste. That's not a loss,
Okay,
according to the state. And so I went back to how we were doing it on a yearly basis, and so I'm calculating that on a monthly basis.
Great.
and so which of the 5 million gallons, which one do you have a sort of percentages you think
Most of it's from metering inaccuracies.
okay. I assume I believe we're addressing that, is that correct?
Yeah, we continue to replace the outdated meter bases.
Okay,
Yeah, I believe that 5%, I think, is the number I used.
okay. But interesting. All right. No employee injuries in February. The conservation numbers haven't changed, but they're always worth repeating, from 2007 when we were producing almost 9,200 acre feet and we're down to 5,224 in 2023. This huge reduction. Always good to point that out, and we're meeting those metrics across the board. In Water Smart, we had 17 conversations and 26 field visits this last month. Any questions on that slide?
I can make a comment. I mean, just looking at the water we pumped way in the past, and we're pumping now, I really don't want to get people concerned that we're going to have to drill more wells. Because if we're supplying 12,000 plus customers with 52,000 acre feet, I'm sure we're not going to take on another, I'm sorry.
5,200. You said 1,000.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure that we're not going to have to take on another, I can't believe that we would have that many people that we'd have to get up near 9,000 again.
We may have to replace an old well.
You might have to replace an old well, you may, yeah, but
Yeah.
we have a lot of, availability that we're not even using now.
And I don't remember the exact
Has a lot of
number, but
redundancy in the system right now, so we're fine.
And the other thing I don't know if it's on your next slide, so if it is, you can stop me, is what was the usage per person? I saw it from Renee, and I don't know if you have it on another slide or if she just wants to announce it, because I was pretty impressed with it.
I remember.
I can't remember, it was 60-something.
62, I think.
62, I think,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah.
62 gallons per capita per day.
Yeah, that is based on their estimate of over 39,000.
Right, but as long as that's
Yeah,
what they're telling you.
population.
That's what they're telling you to use, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's encouraging.
Yes.
That gets us well
And that would-
under the limit that this
Yeah.
state has set.
Yeah, and this is a particularly low water use time of year,
Yeah.
and that number would include watering and everything else, correct? And I think our target's like 117, so
Right.
we're like half
Yeah.
or less.
Good, thank you.
Okay, next
Fine.
slide. Oh, there it goes. Okay, the 15th, I think that's this Friday, I get to speak at the Republican Club meeting, unless I get bumped for another politician like happened last time, but that's okay.
It is an election year.
It is an election year, and that is the more important topic at this point in time. We will be at the Home and Leisure Show, March 16th and 17th with a booth. And you guys were all at the Economic Outlook Conference and heard all the interesting stuff that was said there. The social media stuff is certainly worth briefly repeating. Our pushing 2,000 subscribers to our email blasts that we send out, and we have a really high percentage of people that actually look at those. Our Facebook is doing great, and Twitter, I don't know if you can call it Twitter anymore. I guess you're supposed to call it X, but it's doing well as well.
Yeah.
And I did mention to our consulting firm that actually does our social media that I would like them at some point to come and give a briefing to the board about all the things that they do, the great stuff they do for us.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
Boards.
that.
So I was thinking maybe next board meeting, would that be okay?
I think it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'd like to see what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
Great bunch of people.
there a number of WaterWise right now, number of customers on it or percentage, Ty? How are we doing on WaterWise with number?
It really doesn't change
It's just,
month to month.
it's still.
It's what it is. I mean, we are getting a lot of exposure based on water leaks or notices that we send out. So if we have their email address, we have their phone number or cell phone, they get notices whether there's a planned service outage or a leak. So
And a quick segue, I asked the city if they were on WaterWise for that leak, because that was our water, and when it collapsed the road, and they told me they are. And the guy said, well, why didn't you know about it sooner? And they said, well, we don't know who monitors that waterways. So hopefully, I talked to Travis, hopefully he'll have someone start looking at it, yeah.
If no more comments, we'll go on to the next slide. Okay, from the January workshop, let's see. Updated cost and plans to the wastewater project. I just put that down there as that's future potential work for clean energy capital if we want to figure out how much recycled water would cost. Nothing significant to report on the LADWP capturing of water overflow at this point in time. And we're working on a project priority list and how much it will cost, how much it will fit into our budget in the future. And that's, a number of people are working on that, Jason and Renee, and we're all kind of getting our smart heads together with Krieger and Stewart here to get that straight so we can put that in our future budgets.
The quick question, LADWP, in the water management meeting, did you guys discuss that anymore? About LADWP, are we going to move ahead on it? Are we going to do it? Are we going to sit on it? What are we doing?
We've
Yeah.
asked the GM, of course, to engage, and we spoke about that earlier this evening, but yeah, we're looking at ways to approach.
Yeah, just
I know you got a lot on your plate, but I do know that I just feel that it's the perfect time to start talking to them.
Yeah, no, I
yeah,
agree.
no, totally concur.
Yeah.
It is time to engage with them, and particularly with the upcoming year, there could be additional releases, and we got to see what we can do to.
I know Don Zadiva had some points of contact in that community.
Yeah,
He
and
still have something.
He
can provide
does,
us.
I think, probably Tim does, probably Chuck Krieger does, yeah.
We have all the contacts in the file.
Yeah.
I can also explain to George exactly how that process worked last year, and maybe we can try that same avenue because it was successful. It was more than just calling LA.
Right.
Thank you, Jim. That would be
So
Great.
I think we can get there.
Thank you. All right. Onward.
Next slide. Oh,
You're done already? All right.
Yes.
Okay, Northwest Transmission Pipeline. As you remember, last month during this meeting, you awarded the contract to Nicholas Construction for a little under 5.7 million. Normally, it takes about 3 weeks to go through the process of getting all the paperwork together for the contract and stuff. They're taking a little bit longer. We're at 4 weeks now, but they are diligently working on getting the last items completed, which are some certificates for their certificates as to the corporate principal for their bonds and some insurance documents. They did get one of them secured recently, and so we're hoping that possibly this week they can have everything done and back, and then it'll be ready to go to Jim. So that's where we're at with that.
Quick question, Renee, is that, I keep forgetting, they're going to remove the old pipe and put new stuff in?
Yes, except at a few sections like under the new stoplight there at Jack's Ranch, and then the washes, because we don't want to be digging through the washes. Then we'd have to get a stream alteration permit for that. So
Okay.
we'll use existing pipe, and then keep it in place, and then put the new pipe inside of it.
We'll put the liner in those sections.
It'll basically be considered, yeah, like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That it? Okay. Financial status.
Okay, through February 2024, we have just under 10 million in revenue, which is about 800,000 below budget. Note that 600,000 of that's GA, and it has offsetting decreases in the expenditure side too. So we're about 228,000 off of our revenue for water sales, due to continued
Conservation.
conservation. Yep. On the expenditure side, we have 11.2 million in expenditures, 548,000 of that. Well, that's 548,000 below budget. So we have a net negative of 1.3 million, which is 240,000 below budget. Capital expenditures to date, 1.5 million, debt service principal 741,000, And total paid to the GA for replenishment and extraction fee is at $13,682,000.
Your chart, what was the other one, back one? Is that right? Water District budget 2020 versus 2024?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
So you've seen budget increases in the last 4 years.
okay.
And then this is just the actual versus budget.
The next slide,
Yeah.
this one here, yeah, okay. Okay. Anything else?
Not on financial unless you have questions.
Nope, I don't. Board?
No.
All right. Conservation.
For conservation for calendar year 2024, we've received 2 water waste reports and made 2 contacts,
Wow,
but the year is early.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Arsenic treatment facilities.
As I reported last month, the first initial payments to Filtronics and PureFlow were sent out and received. We received word back from PureFlow that they are expecting delivery of the media on May 1st. We are still waiting for a delivery date from Filtronics. So staff is currently getting well 17 ready to try to use as a stopgap the way we did last summer, and what I'll call the alternate route for well 17.
Right. Yeah, because May seems like it's pushing.
They'll start getting
Ready to
warmer.
start the plants
They'll
up,
start getting
yeah.
warmer.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Not for that.
Okay, going to operations.
For the month of February, we had 0 repairs and 33 replacements.
Oh.
0 valves returned. The NODES did not run, but I am excited to announce that we are pushing forward with the use of what's a lateral material called Municipex. And it's basically the PEX pipe that you see in the walls, but formulated for use in the streets.
Really? Yeah.
It has a high chlorine resistance, and it costs about 25% of what it costs for copper pipe. So we reached out to Hesperia City, the water district department there, and they've been using it for 5 years. They've done over 2,000 replacements. They've had 1 leak, and that was due to installation error.
Wow.
We're excited to start using it.
Great, thank you. Anything else? Any comments, questions? Looks like a lot of the public has gone offline. There's still 3 watching. Yeah.
3 diehards.
I might ask Jason to give a quick update on one of our backhoes, because that took me a significant expenditure. I guess Ty let us know that if they ever make an electric backhoe, we would have to buy one.
John Deere's working on one right
out
now.
that- Recently, we found out that one of our existing backhoes, and Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, it's no longer going to be serviced.
Yeah, so the company that we use for servicing our equipment is no longer able to get parts to repair it. So it currently has some minor mechanical issues, but with that in mind, it's looking like we will have to surplus that backhoe and look at possibly replacing it here in the near future.
We are gonna reach out to the Air Resource Board and see
You read my mind.
see if they have any grant money. I know they do for at least for private individuals and companies. We're gonna see if maybe we can get some there as well.
Or an electric backhoe.
Oh,
For a diesel, yeah, they're paying up to 80%,
yeah.
so we're gonna see if we can do that.
Or a backhoe that works before we have to buy one that won't work.
Right, exactly.
And are you just gonna have a cord run into the building and plug it in just side the door there?
We'll have a diesel generator on the back.
Okay, that's what I figured. All right. Is that it?
We have one person from the public who would like to make a comment.
I bet I know what it's about.
A suggestion on that. Now, I remember a call years ago, our police chief figured out that instead of buying new police cars for whatever they were, $50,000, $60,000 a piece, he could have the old Crown Vics restored. He found a company down, I believe, in Los Angeles that just completely refurbed, but I think the cost was $26,000, something like that. So they proceeded to do it. Of course, then when some more money became available later on, they just went and bought a whole bunch of new police cars. But point being, if you look a little bit, you might find somebody who's seeing an opportunity here and somehow has cornered parts and can redo these backhoes, these other heavy equipment that you got to, please, avoid going into the electric vehicles. That's just ridiculous.
Robert, our warehouseman, has looked into that, but the backhoe was purchased when I graduated high school, so it's
What was it, 1946 or something?
yeah.
So there's
Not when you graduated high school, when I graduated high school.
So you're saying there's no advantage to sending you and Ty out with a checkbook to go to every backhoe scrapyard in the country to get spare parts? Okay, that's one other option.
I think I saw some in Hawaii. Might have to go check them out.
Yeah.
We gotta
Okay, all right. Okay, with that, I'm on to board comments or future agenda items.
I do have some comments.
Please do.
First, I'd like to thank the staff again for the care that they take in planning projects and ensuring that they come in close, if not under costs. That is a rare thing. And second, I'd like to express to you, Stan, that agreeing with me twice in 6 years doesn't seem so bad. However, I agree with you, which makes that the third time this evening, that 3 times in one meeting seems a little suspicious, so a little alarming. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Boyd, nothing? Mr. Rotora? I'm good. You're good. All right, so I'll reiterate what David said. Thank you to the staff. There's a lot of work ahead of us this year, and you're all going to be busy. And I truly appreciate it.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 8:29. I could have went till 8:30,